ส Hello! Welcome everybody. It's me, Kinari Hoku, and yours always as always! Woo! We're back! Oh my god, we're finally back. We're finally back with a new episode. I'm not going to lose any more time, because I really want to go through this, okay?
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night.
Okay, well, listen.
One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Runosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Oh. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. What? But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Oh. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Okay. 30th August, 7:28 a.m. Sholmes' suite. Ah, Runo, good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. Shh! Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing from my pre-breakfast stagnation, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. What the heck? The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course, though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember, by you. Hurley pulled your button off? Yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped! Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Bruno said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consultant detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. What the heck? All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl who is the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rand's magazine. Okay. Hello! Good morning! Good morning, good morning. I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Why are you talking like I'm a monk? Well, I can be. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it? Really? That's right. And she has some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun! Then we have to converse. Mr. Sato's letter. This is a letter that arrived from Japan this morning by the National Post. Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer in the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? Cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in a trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do! We helped that man twice! You know, in those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustached, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache? He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. Startling news. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mrs. Jones? Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten that. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asks that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says, and some Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication too. But then Hurley was all funny about it. Remember, he was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan? Miss Susato's repatriation. Oh, wow, what a word. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father has passed away. No! It just said that he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Ah, so we are going back to the past. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? He's all dressed up. Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fourth in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley. Don't worry. See you later. He scuttered off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mrs. Sholmes. Yeah, exactly. Ha! I found them at last. Iris, are they? The notes about the case? That's right, Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? I think I have to drink more water. Absolutely, thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets should still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, some might come to light. That's the spirit. Okay, I need water. I need more water. So, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because, of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Oh shit. It's all like this again. It's like what happened with my baby lawyer too. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. A young woman was found lying on a snowy pavement on Briar Road with a knife on her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but... Okay, I have 1.5 more liters of water. By a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time, and was duly arrested. That That man was Soseki-san, and the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bard's at once! Okay. So, Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. Oh. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward. There you are at last. Good morning, Mrs. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! So, we're playing the past right now. You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made a very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy, and feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Aw, she's cute. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. So that's a lady who was found on a snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is, yes, here we are, Miss Green. This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? Oh, I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you would call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Ooh, I like that word, full-figured. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Oh, yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. Okay. This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Read. She hasn't read this. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that? If you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you're half asleep as well. There are limits, even to what I can do when I'm asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Okay, let's see. That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But a young maiden might have chocolates or biscuits or caramel. Hey! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in a hospital? That doesn't seem the best. But it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. Ew. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever is occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... Or he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. That's what's worrying is why they haven't discharged your patient yet. There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look. I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Osato. Okay. I think I'm done with everything. Good morning. Hello, I am, Runosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm Susato Mikotoba, pleased to meet you. No, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. We heard that you regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. Best wishes? For me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. Oh, thank you for the follow! Thank you so much, welcome! Welcome! But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by the blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green. It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick. I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. Welcome! Hello, good morning! Good morning. But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no, we are also relieved that you are on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue, not Green. I like that about yourself. So, you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? Oh no! Oh, I can possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. How very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here. And Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton town center. Does it matter, Mrs. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Moustache. Inferior means, I suppose Oseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She's suddenly clamped up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Ah, oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Oh yes, of course, we won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder? Narrow Fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Naruhodo, the lawyer, that's me. Ah, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you. It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? What are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh! Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, he says. Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls, a case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we have yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That would be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Moustache's lodgings. Wait, what? I'll hail a fiacre. Fiacre? At once. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. We may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or... What? Hello, Vikong! Oh, you're here too! Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. It's so early in the morning and I hope you're well. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love you, Vikong. I hope you had a good sleep too. Thank you so much for dropping by. Good morning. Or so it seemed to us at the time, but we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Okay, 21st February, 7:18. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. It was him. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased. Without question, he's dead. Locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Mr. Natsume. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? I've only just got out of the court yesterday. It was finally over after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up the next day to this. No holy bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. I see you were in high spirits again this morning, Mr. H. Ah! Not the terrible Hairlock Sholmes. Shoo! Shove off! Show yourself the door. I never invited you. Mr. Sholmes came here with us. I'm quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Massage. What can I do for you? Grrr. There they are, already, the busybodies. Ah, Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? Gives me the heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Jones. Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that for your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene, don't you go touching anything. Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Wow, okay. They should examine. Okay. Oi, I said hands off! You're gonna miss out my crime scene. Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance, I know you're kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Ha 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 ha. Alright, it sounds like I better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some flavor. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he? Mr. William Shamspeare. Mr. William Shamspeare. He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor, a bit of a dead loss, as it happens, or just dead. Mr. Shamspeare. It was a landlord, old Mr. Garadev, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadev got worried and kicked the door down. But doesn't Mr. Garadev have a bad leg? Yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking. Really? Soseki-san? The victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done sometime inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He is not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's too warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. So, is it okay for me to investigate now? Okay, I'm gonna talk to Soseki. What a terrible thing to have happened. It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences. So, the victim lived here on the ground floor, and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it? Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So, did you know the victim? Were you friends? What's the matter with Soseki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it? Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But did he ever invite me to his room? Never! On my honor, I swear it! What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come. Through that inspector over there! Okay. Sholmes, what are you doing there? Okay, I mean, we talked to him. So now we have to talk to Mr. Sholmes, I guess. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow, investigating naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We have not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. My goodness, but isn't that everything we need to know, Mrs. Sholmes? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was a physical struggle here last night in which a victim fought for his life. Ah! Ah! Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow? No, don't mind me. Forget I was here. And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips. Nonsense! Ah! Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No, please. Pretend I'm not here! Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant. Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time. So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Cause of death. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam in the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you observe, 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Wait. Indubitably. Okay. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish, like the victim's last supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The fork reveals the answer. It appears that the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plates. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap, though personally I have a greater interest in taste of foul candle wax. Ew. Soap ingestion. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. The careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is a broken lock. Though forced open now at the time of the incident, the door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end, in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on his way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. Okay. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deductions. That sounds very wrong in so many places. There's just one thing, Mr. Holmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, you really think the man would have eaten soap? Yeah, exactly. It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary. In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilled the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. There's some that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Ah! I can't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye, almost as if Mr. Shome's seduction touched a nerve somewhere. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Shome's observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in as an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Yes, we must pick out the key words in Mr. Shome's quite brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for some that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Shomes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for his second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Sherlock Holmes, logic and reasoning spectacular, Act 1. Okay. Careful observation of the victim reveals to us the event that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you observe, one half a sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposefully upon the dish, like the victim's last supper? In fact, yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies a man was eating something or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I would prefer to use a fork than to attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half of the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Some material that proves whether or not the man really ate some soap. Ooh. Another piece of soap. Look, there's more soap on the floor there. Mr. Shamspeare must really have loved the stuff. Let's not jump to conclusion, Mr. Naruto. Look closely at this soap. Do you see that it will fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? What the? How can that be? I think that there are two halves of the same bar that broke apart. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing it. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he could gulp as much down as possible. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap, full stop. But then why? Why does a man have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, Mr. Naruto, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used his fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Shome's deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. I think the other half of the soap reveals the answer.
Take that!
Yeah, he didn't eat it, he was just cutting it. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table, in short, the victim was not eating the soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for the depths of hunger could drive that man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. That begs the question of how the man was poisoned, because there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo, and one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's saliva was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. Mr. Sholmes is still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap rather than eat it? If soap in London is poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, the food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Yeah, contents of the plate. The contents of the plate is just the soap again, is it? Well, you know there's a saying in Japanese, don't you? If your food is poisoned, you might as well eat it, plate and all. Well, there's an image. All I can picture now is the victim first taking a bite of the soap and then the plate. The soap like tofu, like some tofu, the plate like a giant rice cracker. Oh dear, that sounds like a very bland combination. If the victim didn't eat the soap, then what did he eat? Yes, it's a real mystery, isn't it? Ah, I've got it. He wasn't interested in eating the soap at all. It was a fork he wanted to satisfy his hunger with. Mr. Naruhodo, I really don't think it's helpful to continue with this line of reasoning that the gentleman had peculiar taste. Susato-san has such a gentle way with words, but I know when I've been told off. Yes, a Western vessel for the serving of infusions of dried tea leaves. It's a teacup, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Stop putting on airs. And it's empty. So we've already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence to suggest that he was drinking tea. My thoughts exactly.
Take that!
Yes, the victim's saliva was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners over the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank very last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Okay, soft. Suicide or murder? Let's go. The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was it suicide or murder? The audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's Last Supper. Did the man die and die alone? This single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deduction so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that, but what troubles me is Mr. Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Sholmes suggest it. There's more to this reduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene of the crime again for some more clues. Okay, did the man die and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. No, there's another teacup. It's another Western vessel for the... It's a teacup! And it too is empty. Given that he's actually holding this one in his hand, we can assume that this is a teacup from which Mrs. Shamspeare was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we have deduced up to now is turned on its head. I have a bad feeling about this. I almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Did the man dine and die alone? This other teacup suggests the answer. Sorry, I'm still very, how do you call it? Very sleepy. Oh my god, I can't even. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room all along. Ah! In other words, this is a strong indication that the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. And that guest looks so familiar. At the very least, we can say now with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night taking tea with the victim. What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustably unreasonable. To draw a conclusion of such meager, I don't know. Evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. Wait, let me check how to read this word. I used to know how to read this word. Meager. Okay. Meager. Meager. Okay. Meager. Yeah, I'm sleepy. I'm totally sleepy. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Do you mean to say you know who exactly was in this room at the time of the victim's death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is a broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the Hokkaidan days of eating too much soup. But the identity of the guest who was in here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruto. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Ah, Mr. Natsume. I don't know. Oh dear, the latch is most definitely broken, isn't it? The door was kicked in by Mr. Natsume, according to what Mr. Garrett told the inspector. Who knew his short, thin little legs had so much strength in them? I'm not sure the length of his legs is in any way significant here. Perhaps it says more about the poor state of the door than about Mr. Natsume's strength, actually. Careful, if he overheard that remark, he'd almost certainly have a lively response. I don't know. How can this broken lock really tell us anything about who was here? It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air. That makes you think, doesn't it? It makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Bother, Susato-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. Oh my god, the pile of books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read The Picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury Yearnings, and A Meal for Garrett. I just knew it. Gabriel. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. What? Yes, on the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed. So Seki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them, that's right. And now these 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. What does it mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Pile of familia books. I don't know. I don't want to present this.
Take that!
Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is a pile of familiar books. Quite so. It's no more coincidence that these 3 titles are here in this room, is it? It's a link to the truth. Mr. Natsume, you purchased 3 books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. But that's just such a coincidence. In that case, you'll be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room when you're not. This very moment. No, never! Non-negotiable! If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have brought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. In short, there is only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Not again, not again, not again! Not again! Poor him. Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard again. But wait! Hold your horses! Yes? Door! Key! Locked! Entry! Exit entirely impossible! He's so flustered. He's being even stranger than normal. What? Do you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy. What? You live in the same building after all. You would have a plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But misery me! Sorry, sir. You get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustarch. You horrible Herlock Sholmes! He really was found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying outside. There's a carriage waiting. Locum soon, Mr. Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please. I'm innocent. All right, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it. And one more thing. Oh, yes? My poor little kitty cat. He's giving his breakfast for me. Oh, my guy. And so, his evil curse, still apparently unbroken, so Seiki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in the case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Well, at least that means Inspector Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course. What? Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrison, who discovered Mr. Shemspeare. Mr. George Garrison. Yes. I expect we could find him in the sitting room on the top floor as usual. Right, we must remember to go and talk to him later then. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so freaking sleepy. I really hope you guys are okay. I'm like, my eyes are like closing on me. I mean, I ate, and I also, ooh, I remember I have chocolate. Let me go and fetch some chocolate. Because if I don't do anything, I'm gonna fall asleep. Okay, where is it, my chocolate? Ooh, I also have this. Ooh, okay. I have a lot of stuff actually. I have some fizzy drinks as well. Yeah. Okay, what should I do? Should I do ASMR? I need some sweets. Yeah, I know. Is it an ASMR for you? Okay, I'm happy now. Okay, let me, how do I eat this chocolate? I have to break it. Ugh, okay. Achoo. Ah! Okay, I'm good. Woohoo! I have chocolate. Okay. I'm like having chocolate right now, so yeah, I mean, I wonder that too. If we pray like I'm Buddhist, right? If we pray like how I do in as a Buddhist in church, would God understand what I'm doing? You know what I mean? Hello! Wait, let me check your name. Oh! What should I call you? Ex-Noi? Ex-Noi! Should I call you Ex-Noi? I'll call you Accent. X! Oh my god, my voice. X, thank you so much for coming. Did you have a good sleep? Did you sleep at all? I wonder. If X have a good sleep, then Hoku is happy. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. I really appreciate your presence. Oh! Ah, okay. Is I mention X? I see. I actually never noticed that. Oh, I love that. So is X noise Demit. I'll call you Dimension then. Dimension. P-Dimension. Thank you so much for coming. Or I can just say Bimiti. Oh my god, that would be a very cool name. I will call them Bimiti then. Bimiti! Thank you so much for coming again. Oh, you just finished your job? That is a very early finish. But yeah, thank you so much for coming and I hope you have a good sleep. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love you. Please go back home safely unless you are already at home. But yeah. Yes, of course, it's a cool name. It's a cool name. Okay, let's see what it is. And here we have another disproportionately large machine. This looks like a meter of some kind. This is a gas meter, I think. It seems that in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. Oh, really? I see. Yes, now you pointed it out. I can see that there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean if you put a coin in there? That's right. That will buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So, if you're a poor person with no money, you would have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you are a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to change your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Oh, that's pretty... how do you call it? Inconvenient. But, well, I mean, they don't have to charge you excessively because you only pay for what you use, right? Thank you! I'll enjoy the game! Thank you so much! Thank you, thank you! This is a gas wall light, isn't it? That must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. exactly. What is it? Oh. What? Hmm? Yeah, it's so... What the heck? What? The bar of soap, a cheap bar of soap that was discovered just outside Mr. Shamsphere's window. It's one of two that were found there. Let's see. This part is a different color. It's an exquisite design, isn't it? Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinomaru design of a Japanese flag. I expect this is rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely, given who it belonged to. What is it? Look at these extravagant bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room with its grim, shady goings on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. Oh, I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like. With a chonmage top knot. Every Japanese man wishes he had a chonmage. Oh, you look wonderful with one. And you already have a sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a chonmage and a sword? There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. And both of them are cracked. Yes, not much use, are they? What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. Prosecutor Lord Vance's. Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and that he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. Oyo! Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Have fun working. Wait. Wait. You know, one of my friends is traveling in Japan right now, and she's like, "Oh my god, do you want this? Do you want this?" And she's like sending me photos and stuff. I really want it. No, it should be good then. Okay. Oh well. It's not like I want everything. Okay. Is this some sort of makeshift stage, I think, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performance? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you can practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Is that all? Is that all? I think it is all. Oh. What are the teacups that Mr. Shakespeare and his guests drank from last night? But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's a bit of poison inside. Oh! I want to go to Japan as well! Aww. Oh well, I don't. Well, I want to go somewhere else too. I've been to Japan a lot more times than I need it, you know. I don't need Japan that much. And I feel like Japan is overrated. So, yeah. It's quite hard. A lot of people going to Disney and stuff. I'm so traumatized. I'll be taking a break from Japan, or if I were to go, I would go somewhere like in a rural area, not like in the city. Thank you for liking my vlog. Next month I have two more. But I have yet to send the final draft to the team. But I will have to find the time to do it. Yeah. Well, it's not like I don't like Japan. I love Japan. But I'm not happy having to be in such a like crowded place. And the place is very, very small too. So if I were to go, I would go to like Nara. I love Nara. Nara is good because there are deers everywhere and I love deers. Deers are cute. And I also would love to go down south, like Kobe. Is that south? Fukuoka, Hiroshima. I've never been to Hiroshima. I've been to Nagasaki. I love Nagasaki. I really want to go to Hiroshima. I really want to go back to Hokkaido. Yeah, things like that. But not Tokyo. Oh, the Pokemon Garden. Yeah. Yeah, I heard too. I mean, it's so good that the Japanese are like traveling domestically. It's good for them. It's good for their economy, whatever. But for me, it's too crowded. Well, there are too many people compared to the places they have, like and how small the areas are. So there's so many people everywhere. I don't really want to go to such crowded places anymore. I really want to go to Okinawa. I've never been to Okinawa and I really want to go. I feel like, well, it's not, well, how do you call it? There are not so Japanese people over there, so I feel like, I don't know, I really want to go see how it is with the architecture, with the things. Oh, okay. Wait, let me. สวัสดีค่ะทุกคนยินดีต้อนรับนะคะขอบคุณพี่ลักกี้ที่แลกพูดไทยด้วยนะคะบ่นมันออกมากรี๊ดมันออกมาก็หนูก็บ่นอยู่ไงเปล่าหนูไม่ได้อะไรหนูแค่รู้สึกหนูเฉยๆกับญี่ปุ่นแล้วหนูไปบ่อยแล้วแค่นั้นแหละหนูไปแบบไปติ่งด้วยคือหนูรู้สึกว่าพวกโตเกียวพวกอะไรเงี้ยไปตอนไปล่าสุดอ่ะมันก็ไม่ได้สนุกอะไรขนาดนั้นถ้าเกิดว่าเราไม่ได้ไปติ่งพอล่าสุดก็คือพอหมดเรื่องติ่งแล้วว่าหนูก็แบบนอนอ่ะเพราะว่าหนูไม่รู้หนูจะไปไหนอ่ะอะไรอย่างเงี้ยคือถ้าอยากจะไปอะหนูอยากไปแบบหนูอยากไปฮิโรชิมาเพราะว่าหนูชอบไปแบบดูประวัติศาสตร์อะไรเงี้ยที่เขาโดนทิ้งระเบิดอะไรอย่างงี้ใช่ไหมหนูอยากไปดูอะไรเกิดอะไรขึ้นโอ้พี่ลักกี้มารักพี่ลักกี้นะพี่ลักกี้น่าจะมีความสุขกับหนูเวลาอยู่ญี่ปุ่น ขอบคุณพี่ลักกี้มากๆที่อุตส่าห์มาจุ่มนะคะไหนบอกทำงานอยู่ไงพิมพ์ได้เยอะจังเลยเดี๋ยวหัวหน้าว่าหรอก ขอบคุณนะคะพี่ลักกี้รักนะหนุ่มคิดถึงครับจุ๊บอยากไปอะไรวะอยากไปนี่อีกอยากไปแฮร์รี่อีกแต่จริงๆแฮร์รี่ก็ไม่ได้คนเยอะมากนะมีความสุขแอบอู้เยอะเชียวแต่ก็นั่นแหละก็คือแค่จะบอกว่าไม่ได้อยากไปญี่ปุ่นเท่าไหร่อยากไปที่อื่นมากกว่าก็เลยกำลังหาที่ไปที่อื่นอยากไปที่แบบที่ยากๆที่แบบว่าแบบยังไงดีแบบที่ไม่ได้ไปบ่อยอ่ะหนูอยากไปอียิปต์หนูกำลังคิดว่าปีหน้าจะไปไหนดีอยากไปลอนดอนอย่างเงี้ยอยากไปตามรอยลอนดอนหนูเคยไปแล้วแต่แบบเด็กมากจำอะไรไม่ได้ตอนนี้หนูอยากไปตามรอยเชอร์ล็อกโฮมใช่ไหมอยากไปแบบตามรอยสถานที่ถ่ายทำแฮร์รี่อยากไปดูฮังเกอร์เกมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยหนูอยากไปหลายที่หนูอยากไปรัสเวียหนูอยากกลับไปรัสเซียอีกรอบรัสเซียเป็นที่ที่สวยมากเลยหนูชอบแล้วก็อยากไปพวกแบบเดี๋ยวปีหน้าหนูว่าหนูจะไปจีนอีกรอบแต่ว่ารอบนี้แบบอาจจะไปแบบหนาวๆหน่อยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยไปคนละที่คือจีนมันมีหลายที่มากที่จะเที่ยวใช่ไหมก็เลยแบบว่าอยากจะไปหลายๆที่เลยแต่ญี่ปุ่นหนูเฉยๆอะหนูอาจจะมีความรู้สึกว่าหนูไม่ค่อยชอบคือหลายคนอาจจะชอบวัฒนธรรมเขาแต่หนูรู้สึกว่าวัฒนธรรมเขามันอึดอัดอะหนูอยากไปอเมริกาคือหนูเป็นคนชอบอเมริกามากเพราะว่ามันเป็น land of the free สุดๆแต่บางทีก็ฟรีเกินไปฟรีจนอันตรายแบบยาเสพติดแบบหาซื้อได้ฟรีอะไรอย่างเงี้ยสนใจควีนซาวนิวซีแลนด์สนใจคนญี่ปุ่นแน่นทุกที่เลยแน่นทุกที่จริงเพราะว่าสถานที่เขาเล็กไงแล้วหนูก็เลยแบบว่าไม่ค่อยชอบอะหนูเซ็งๆแต่ว่าตอนหนูไปฮอกไกโดหนูชอบมากเลยนะคนไม่ค่อยเยอะตอนนั้นคุณพ่อขับรถแล้วก็แต่หนูก็เอาจริงก็อยากไปหลายๆที่นะอยากไปที่ที่ไม่เคยไปหนูไปลาวมาแล้วไปเขมรมาแล้วไปเวียดนามมาแล้วอะไรเงี้ยมีพม่าไม่เคยไป อยากไปที่ที่ยังไม่เคยไปอ่ะเพราะว่ายุโรปตะวันออกไปมาแล้ว อยากไปเพราะว่าอะไรดีเนี่ยอยากกลับไปรัสเซียอีกรอบอยากไปไอซ์แลนด์อะไรอย่างเงี้ยต้องเก็บตังค์เบื่อแล้วญี่ปุ่นหลายคนฟังแล้วอาจจะแบบว่าเขาเรียกว่าอะไรมันไส้ว่าแบบว่ามันทำเป็นเบื่อทำเป็นไรแต่แบบญี่ปุ่นเป็นคนที่เป็นที่ที่แบบว่าถึงแม้จะไม่ได้ไปเองก็เบื่อเพราะว่าทุกคนไปเว้ย ทุกคนไปแบบวันๆไม่ทำอะไรเจอแต่คนไทยเดินชนกันอยากไปเล่นสกีแต่ไม่ชอบคนเยอะไปที่เมกาสิสกีคนไม่เยอะเลยเพราะว่าเขาใหญ่อยากไปดูแสงเขียวเหมือนพี่แป้งแสงออโรราใช่ไหมหนูเคยไปเห็นที่รัสเซียแล้วสวยมากสวยมากจริงๆเวลาถ่ายรูปต้องใช้สโลว์ชัตเตอร์สปีดไม่งั้นจะมองไม่เห็นน่ารักมากมันแบบมันเขียวๆชมพูอ่ะสวยมากแต่ว่าหนูอยากไปดูไอซ์แลนด์มากกว่าเพราะว่ารัสเซียตอนนั้นไปดูเห็นแต่ว่าเห็นไม่ค่อยเยอะเท่าไหร่แต่ว่าเขาบอกว่าไอซ์แลนด์จะชัดมากแต่ก็ต้องไปช่วงที่มันชัดอะเนาะOkay, thank you so much for the redemption. Thank you. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruto. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. Let's continue the game. It's true. So, one was Mr. Cham's spears, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Soseki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can imagine them in more detail later. Oh, so you can take it too? Pair of teacups. The teacups used by Mr. Shamspear and Mr. Natsume. The one with the green line around the rim of Mr. Natsume. Okay. Can we examine? Okay. This is a teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave a mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruto. Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. Okay. This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from then. Okay. Thank you. Well, finally I talk about something other than food. I see. Okay, have fun working. Have fun. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You have never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Drink tea while it's hot. That's the Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. And most of them are Japanese. Okay, there's nothing here. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, I think we're done here. Oh, what's that? What's this? It looks like a part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place perhaps when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope in fact, is there? Ah, she's right. And yet, here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this just in case. Okay, the torn off end of envelope. A ripped piece of an envelope that was found in Mr. Shamspear's room. The rest of the envelope could not be located. Okay. Ooh! So nice. We got all of them. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? Inspector Gregson, back so soon. After I threw that little Japanese fella in a clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, the place will be condoned off by the yard. Oh, I see. Well, we'd better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsume must be feeling very low, being back in the cell again so soon. I'm sure. Oh! What?What the heck? I'm sure we should probably go and I saw the fork dropped and I was like, what is happening? What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah! Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. That struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed! Oh, happy day! What the heck? What? Walking Dead! That was kind of scary, actually. The fella isn't dead at all? What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think, yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment, and Inspector Gregson evicted us from a scene of the crime, whatever that now was. February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume, arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shakespeare did consume poison, as we deduced. But was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! What? He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? I do too, but I don't remember. Okay, I think this one is broken. Oh, it's already broken. Never mind. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. That one seems very warped though. especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Then, there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. The Garudeb household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in the prominent position there in the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's at a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it would collapse in even smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Soseki-san has such a hunchback. Oh well. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mrs. Garudeb live, all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on a number of windows on a property tax. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of the windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. London's blanketed in fog again today and the sky's covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Oh, the Crystal Tower, yes. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind everywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors, it seems. And this time the British are determined to make it an even bigger success to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see, that's an incredible number of people. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruto. Well, I don't think I have anything to do here. Why has somebody built a snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruto. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But it already had a perfectly good body. Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made with 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange one, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. Do you ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Oh well. I don't think we can... Yeah. I think we can just move. New location. Can we go to Mr. Garudeb's room? Oh, we can. I thought we couldn't get into the house at all. 21st February, the Garudeb's room. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Garudeb's the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrideb as anyone, really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning. I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrideb. Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Okay. Should I examine things? Yeah, I converse first. Maybe I examine first. I love examining things. Nothing in particular of note. We know what that screen is hiding now. The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day. Don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now. Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you. I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is twist and a half, a rotten show all around. He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Garrideb? Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me. I'm not surprised a little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it? Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private. Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does a great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? Ah, so Mrs. Garrideb is in jail right now. There's a single apron drying on that enormous cannon-shaped clothed horse, look. No, Mr. Naruhodo, that's a real cannon. I knew that. I was just testing you. Piece of history, that is. Seen plenty of action on the battlefield, I can tell you. Now the old girl and I just enjoying the peace and quiet of retirement together. And of course, she'd come in handy if the enemy decided to launch an attack again. Is there a war going on that I don't know about? Oh, a copy of Rand's magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful? Read red, right? Is it read red? Naturally, one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singularly dangerous. That's genuine public opinion of you, Mr. Sato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories. Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo, I intend to snap out the sort of public opinion we just heard, personally. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. That's your military uniform, isn't it, Mr. Garrideb? Well, ceremonial guard, yes. Been hanging on the wall ever since my retirement bash. Not in active service now, you know. Doesn't mean much to me anymore. You could have the old thing if you wanted it. Well, it might suit Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps. An overly ostentatious outfit like this could be just what he needs. Very tactful, Mr. Tato. Very tactful indeed. Ooh. Good to see Mr. Garrideb's Medal of Honor still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, "For distinguished participation," if you remember. Yes, I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that. Wouldn't know it to look at me now, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know. Devil-may-care? What did you get up to? Well, all in the past now, of course, and best left there. Best not! I want to know now! You look very dashing in your uniform there, Mr. Garrett. Ah, that old portrait, eh? Drawn by an art student who used to rent the room downstairs. Ooh, you look so wonderfully young and courageous and strong. Yes, well, the chap presented it to me one day and asked if I'd let him off the month's rent in return. The month's rent in return. Oh, I see. So you did, presumably? I bally well did not. A portrait is a portrait, but rent is rent, eh? And yet it's still there proudly on the wall. Yeah. That's an impressive collection of cakes on that fancy silver cake stand there. I feel sure that it was full of cakes when we first investigated in here as well. Yes, quite right. Haven't touched it since. Haven't done much at all really since it all happened. Time's rather stood still for me, you know. Oh, time has stood still? Now that's an interesting phrase. I might be able to use that excuse when I'm next supposed to be tidying the office. You could just tidy up, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, he's like, time stood still for me, but he's just too lazy to clean. These shelves look like they've been completely torn apart by a wild beast. Reminds me of the Battle My Wand, don't you know? Ah, the experiences of a seasoned veteran. Okay, time to order some food! What should I eat? What should I eat? Let's see. Enemy had us surrounded on all sides. We really thought we were done for, the whole Bali company. We were taking a real pounding from the cannon, so all we could do was run for our lives. Oh, I thought that story was going in a different direction, actually. Well, the whole experience taught me one thing, I can tell you. When you're done for, you're really done for. Ah, that's not what a lawyer who often finds himself under fire wants to hear. Oh well, yeah, it's a window. There's a good view over the wintry east end from up here. It's an oppressively gray scene where there's really nothing comparable in Japan. And down below, Briar Road, partly blanketed in snow. And the pavement where poor Miss Green was struck in the back by that knife. Thinking about it, this is the only room in this building that actually has a window to the outside world. Sorry. Sorry, I sneezed. Sometimes Great Britain really does seem like a strange land, doesn't it? I suppose all foreign cultures seem strange at first. Imagine how an Englishman would feel on arriving in Japan and seeing people with a chommage top knot. Well, that's a good point. Okay, so I think we have... Yeah, I think we have got everything. this morning's incident. It must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened. Well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but nobody answered. And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door? Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo, if 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior. I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door. Mr. Shamspear. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe. Is that right? Yes, William Shamspear took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute? Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is a cheap rent. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a belly screw loose. So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. He was doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He is known as Sao in Japanese, as you know, and many of his works have already been translated. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Yeah, I didn't know that. Someone was too heavy-handed there. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspear would have had such in common. Shakespeare interpretation is agreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Mr. Naruhodo, really, how rude. Yesterday's events. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily, as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time. Mr. Garrett noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up there. It was after 8 before Shamspear got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I would have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then. So I'm rather in the dark here. Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mr. Sato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garrett, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean. Ah! That's a very good point. I can't imagine that you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I? Then how'd you know, Mr. Garrett? It's the gas woman. The gas tells me everything. The gas? Speaking gas? What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the gas main outside. And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say it was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously, the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What? They're dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. And that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps that are connected to it. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily. Mightn't? Wow. Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out. Jolly good point. Sorry, my friend texted me. Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguisher lamps up here, they glow brighter in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Ah, I see. Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening and before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amount of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, you can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh! That's fascinating, Mr. Garridev. Absolutely fascinating. Oh, well, nothing to it, really. And I can't really see that it's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garridev is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we have done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Okay. my god, poor him. 21st February, local prison cell 9. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume, have the police finish questioning you now. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Oh, yes? What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to taunt me? Let me guess. You're talking about Mr. Shobes? He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost. But his diabolic deductions, they're not of his world. They're not of this world. They've left me. Ah, cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where credit is due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in a deduction too. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Oh? The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh! I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions! I'm sorry to hear that. Ah, that selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were going to come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William. Oh my god. Well, it seems likely that Mr. Shakespeare was never actually dead in the first place. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Sorry. Why are my friends so happy sending me texts so early in the morning? I don't understand. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last. Oh! Oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shakespeare, did you? I'm not saying another word! I demand to have a lawyer present! Who do you think I am? Please, Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Why am I cursed like this? Yeah, we have to talk. What happened? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume? There's none to tell. But, Mr. Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with that accursed case yesterday. The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. It's hard to believe that it was only yesterday. After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening at past 9, it must have been, I visited Mr. Shakespeare. So, you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared, I didn't do anything wrong! I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time. Then what made you decide to go? I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell. That ties in with what Mr. Garrideb said, that the victim went out and came back after 8. We met again later that evening at around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brew as a gift. So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you? Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate, I'm sure. Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare! And the debate became very heated. So you slipped poison into Mr. Shakespeare's tea? No, never, not at all! Team Juliet won, that was me, and when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it, categorically. Curse assistance. Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a curse existence. I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. There are foreigners everywhere I look, and they all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. It makes me scared to leave my room. Poor him. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember, and then 1 week ago I moved into Briar Road. But why? I mean, why'd you choose that place? It doesn't seem very comfortable. Because the rent is cheap, I have so little money, he spoke to me. The rent? Obviously, there is a reason why it's cheap. Because your room is cursed. Cursed? Cursed how? The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no! He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. It's a horrible history and a small price to pay. Then I realized it would mean I could buy more books. I signed the lease like lightning. grave or blinkered? But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was. Gosh, was it really so awful? Horrible history. It is awful. Hello! Are you still working? Of course you are. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Mr. Natsume? What happened? Yeah, he is a very, like, gesturing. He used his gestures a lot in talking. At first, it was just a feeling, the feeling of beady eyes boring into my back watching me. Do you think that might just have been your mind playing tricks on you? No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. It was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who have died in that room might lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me! That really is horrible. And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. The very same night Mr. Shakespeare was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. I was on the verge of being suffocated suddenly by those miserable spirits in my room. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. I know it, and that's why. I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home. I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Phew, Susato-san knows how to make the man listen. It's funny. Of course. Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well. You mean Mr. Garrida? Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. Well, that's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah! Perhaps that may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close taps on the occupants of his let rooms. What do you mean? He pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well. What's important is that Mr. Shakespeare isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and he's able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson! I couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh, which you'd want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When home is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Huh? Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Then why'd you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim is a Shakespeare which is unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we have managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell. Sorry, no, that's not on the cards. What? Why ever not, Inspector? Mr. Shakespeare has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear, you don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed a finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Ah! By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life. That wicked caitiff, Soseki Natsume. No, so I'm afraid you'd be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. Okay. No! And so once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dog in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whatever, he was just terribly unlucky and knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. Oh my god, again. Please. To be continued. Yep, I knew it. Yay! Woohoo! Okay. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Okay. February 9:23 a.m. the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. I think we should be able to finish this before, like within 12. The Old Bailey, the place always makes me feel strange. I seem to have chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruto, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikoto Esquires, what's the bad news? Oh dear, you heard, did you? If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, People can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I'm sorry. You have done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baroque Van Seeks. Van Seeks? Gah! Oh no, oh no, no. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter after all. Yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of Reaper that says, nothing can save a person and a dog when Lord Van Seeks is a prosecutor. Oh no. That even if that person is found out not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another, and we have experienced it firsthand. Well, we saw that one. It wasn't the curse. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Ugh, I have to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again. Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper. Pair of terrifying perils potentially. Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Yes? I'm innocent! You have to believe me! You, more than anyone, know. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle, I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it, Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh! If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Seeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo? You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, Locum Student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Well said. I swear on this sword at my side and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. Okay. February 9:40 a.m. the Old Bailey courtroom. I'm sorry, I'm like looking at food. I'm like trying to order food. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my lord Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. It's not just in my imagination, it's really there. Lord Van Seeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago now that he first became known as a Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now, he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for a Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Oh my god, can't you change? I must say that I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Ooh, new one. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make it quick. Couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public, and that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about their defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random, or at least that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Sees, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict accorded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime, namely that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. The detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Ah! Natsume Soseki from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume? Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord. But close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. The incident occurred at the Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim is a William Shakespeare. The defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by Strike 9? He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door. This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room possible. Although the victim, Mr. Sham-Spear, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord, and I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much diseased. That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. The crime theater, okay? Unconscious at the table, haven't been poisoned, okay? Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes! As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They are haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman stabbed by no one on the streets outside. My net was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Sham-Spear's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out. And somebody tried to kill me! You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold! My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more. Conclusive point. Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Sham-Spear, has regained consciousness after this ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord. That was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Order! Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Sham-Spear's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will touch your tea again, never! The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before. That would do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection? None whatsoever, my lord. Good, then you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord! The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. Ah, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. The teacups have been examined for the traces of poison, haven't they? Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance. How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why? It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. I see. Thank you. The matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of their accused guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. A mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited the neighbor. Okay.
Hold it!
Wait. I ordered the food, so I have to tell my friend to pick it up for me. Wait. Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Ah, no! We weren't friends! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholars of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of the conversation as well, I presume. It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back at my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on the street. That was at around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. Did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any! Not at all! Never, ever! A simple no would have sufficed, I feel. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink after which I went back to my room and around. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works. About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, did you? Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? I was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out in the Greco-Roman style, naturally. What? Mr. Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for such a contest. For just such a contest. So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume? He as Romeo, I as Juliet, and after a vigorous wild tussle, I as Juliet came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I'd heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was! And do you have any basis of for that statement, witness? My tea was completely harmless and he could have locked the door behind me otherwise. Oh my god. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there? That's correct. Anyone would think the fellow never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because one drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison. And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsumi? Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how is the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector? When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrideb seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants. There's only one key to Mr. Shakespeare's room, I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself from inside his room. The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes. So I'm right! My tea was harmless, completely harmless! If you take poison, you die! Everyone knows that! I'm not that simple, it's not that simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it.
Hold it!
How long does it take for symptoms to appear then? According to the coroner I was speaking to in the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation? Asphyxiation. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused before he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. I have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will add the report to the court record as evidence. A report issued by Scotland Yard's medical officer. It obviously mentions poisons as well as other details gleaned during the police investigation. Okay. Okay, let's see what it says. William Shamspeare, 31, cause of coma, ingestion of small quantity of strychnine, toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred at around 1:30 a.m. on 21st February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was found at the scene. 1:30 a.m. That's a very long time. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
The argument still stands, you say? That is what Mr. Natsume has been saying, isn't it? The pair of them drinking tea together that night, so if there were poison in it, the victim would have been able to lock the door after the accused left up later on. Exactly! Ah, me and my tea are innocent, sweet and innocent, I tell you. I'm afraid, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shamspeare could have locked the door after you've gone. But it was like 1:30 a.m. So he must have had the poison, must have drank the poison like at around 1? But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle over whether Romeo and Juliet were stronger that came after the tea. Do you have any evidence to support that statement? Aye. In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot! Sure, a proverb will satisfy this persecution. I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there are sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter. No! That's the extent of their testimony, is it? If I could voice a personal opinion, Mr. Naruto, of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence, so adamantly and so persistently. Yet Inspector Gregson just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree. So we need to find an inconsistency in what the inspector is saying, I think. I'm afraid so. As things stand, the jurors are sure to find Mr. Natsume guilty. As I see it, what we need to focus on is the poison and the tea. Let's listen carefully to the testimony again. Okay. Yes! Let's see. Yeah, how many minutes again? How long does it take? Yeah, about 30 minutes. Yeah, wait. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, dead by poisoning again is always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Soseki-san's alibi. Okay. I think it should be this one.
Objection!
No. Why is it not? So it has to be 11 o'clock, I think. I fail to see why. Well, you know, I was just playing devil's advocate. Okay. I think I'm going for the right one, but the wrong conversation. Says a man merely dishing out penalties. 11 o'clock.
Objection!
Okay. I got the wrong one, I'm sorry. Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct? Yes! And Inspector Gregson? Can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally? Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Ah! Yes, that's right. There is more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They have the same gesture. The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks? Again. Pray forgive the discourtesy of my mind has wandered, if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. It could have been how could it have happened, you ask? I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Japanese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? It is so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, at the time stated in the medical report, yes, at around 1:30.
Objection!
Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
In my country, there is even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a what? If there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or, the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
Mr. Chamspear has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Okay. Is something wrong, Lord Venzix? I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Don't tell me it's a victim. Out. Brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. Yeah, I just knew it. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It's heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord. Shamspeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I. I'm done by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness? Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shamspeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of first woe. I can't regale the court with a tale of my perfect innocence in perfect English. Oh my god, that would do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim. Oh my god. Van Seek's always chilling, yeah. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. Alright, there are words so sweet that you scent the breeze, an adventure ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare, were the great bard to be recalled to life anew. Lo, what a magnificent man! Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare. Oh, the name's Mitterman. Adrian B. Mitterman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office. Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Excuse me, could we have a word? Ah! Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garadev's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee? What does it have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shakespeare, you are the victim of this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and crossed mine innocent lips. I supinate. Is that right? Subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be. Because there is a less contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Oh no. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They're actually taking this seraph anagram idea seriously. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. What, me? Well, now. Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier appurtenance? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Mitterman? Eh? Hang on, no, I'm just here. I hereby call your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about, my neighbor did come in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips at late hour, not else. I was outside the bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that snort little round-backed Eastern fella. Why would he outside the room? Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night? That's right, of course. The bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from clattering as I peered in through that. The question is, sir, why? Ah! Well now, that's because he's on my list. What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody has not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words. What you say about me? Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Oh. Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord! Okay, it's not gonna be the final.
Hold it!
To be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume? Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance that was that I call him the man from upstairs? And at what time did the mustachioed Nepalese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes. And we were broiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before. By which I presume he means that discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shamspeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment. I dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but now did I dream 'twould be a kill practiced by the comely maiden? Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room? My liege, I'm thy servant. Gladly, I'll do thy bidding. Oh my God, his words. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my chair.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until late after 2 that the poison made you collapse. Oh, wrong button. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly, 'tis an easy task. What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest dysentery, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour past post midnight, rarely were my lips parted.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal. Nah, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall a fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who is the stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas astute lover of words that attempt to shuffle me of this mortal coil. Ugh, we all know what that means. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips at late hour, not else.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal, dinner, supper? Ha! Fee on luxury, fee on gluttony, to eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry? I would that my belly were full no more off than the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence is it that there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from the room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere, for I have devoured them all. You've eaten them? Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea. What about the soap, though? I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
Hold it!
But the windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there. All bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork that at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap. Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well. I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing as long as there's breath in my body. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman. After the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all? No, he never left! He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned. And we can't therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence disposed of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you. It really was. You can't argue with the logic. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was a defendant.
Objection!
How many of the short little round-backed nippities with a mustache do you think there are in London? Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice a mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself. And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together? Nah, sorry. I couldn't say. Why not? Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was a silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it. I suppose that was a Romeo and Juliet championship battle going underway. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question! Gasman's honor! What? My lord! Goodness me! Yes, Mr. Foreman? I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone long enough. Are you all with me? Yes! Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you have reached a unanimous decision? Too right we have. Are you all with me? Yes! Wait, no! The defense is in the middle of cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours as you put it. But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see. And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer. Like I was saying before, if I don't have 5 bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
All of you? Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. So this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well and ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Wow! Get out, Mr. Naruto, please! The trial isn't over yet. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? What about the information I found in this encyclopedia of British law I have? That obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? A summation examination. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in the British Court of Law, we can reverse the decision of majority of the jurors. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nibonese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once a jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. The court will proceed with summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman? Believe me, my lord, we all know about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused. Okay. The juror's contention. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up, there's no reason to doubt the man. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Just look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. There's no evidence to suggest the gambling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care, I just need this trial to end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know. Nothing at all. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shakespeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before and it worked, so you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works, Mr. Naruto. Oh, well, you're still very new to British law after all. That's true, I suppose, and Soseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear Susato-san out. I wonder, should I let her talk me through it again or not bother? No need. Thank you for the kind offer, Miss Susato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand. And I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you. The key to this is really listening carefully to each jury's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Okay. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Woohoo! The defense's rebuttal. The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man. Well, whatever. I hate this kind of reasoning. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example. Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar. Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was that Japanese man's tea. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. But let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen of the jury will do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening. Eh? What's that? Elderly gent on the end here, you know? You have to speak up. Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over. How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury yet? Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Alright, if you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position, okay? Well, I do declare a good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Hold it! Are you saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid? No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is a victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid. So you say, yet again. Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously is exhausting to look at. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all. Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. Just look at the excuse. Oh, very fishy. No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he's fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you are on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence there. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of event is backed up by what the big-chinned man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh! There's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, madam? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you have lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Ultimo, owner of Ultimo Gas Company. Good gracious, Ultimo Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure employee from the East End branch office will be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quidby, gotta be used properly. Ultimo Gas is the best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruto. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Shamspear was up to in this room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths of the population of the East End will go to in order to seal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudster, but to dispatch a worker to watch a suspect day and night. We are very thorough in our investigation. So you mean Mr. Shamspear is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You have noticed a public gallery in here, have you? The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words were I to let them penetrate the skin? But Seraph here not insults my only choirs of angels in song. Hello! Welcome, welcome! Welcome everyone, welcome. I'm sorry, I've been so immersed in this. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your Angelit heights in an Ultimo gas explosion. So Mr. Shamspear has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement? My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? A little before the part about abject violence, if it's not too much trouble. Yes, of course. This could be it. This could shift the balance. The victim puts on fine performance, but in reality is a common thief of my company's gas. Okay. I really don't care. Okay.
Hold it!
Quickly. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? Finish last. That's what it's about. What's that? I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was a Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it? Derby? It was a dead cert. It was a dead cert. That's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings then. But then, that hopeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. That stupid finish last. Oh dear, I think it's clear that what happened, isn't it? This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. Oh. For a trip down the pub, so come on, let his business slide now, just give it up. No, that's not going to happen. He lost a bet.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. At 5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you? What's that now? I said you were an early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours of the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5? Oh my, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that, dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night! That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it? This really isn't helping. The key to summation examinations is identifying contradictions between juror statements, Mr. Naruto. Right, and once I've found 2 jurors whose statements can coexist, I need to pit those jurors against each other. Then hopefully, when they see what they are saying doesn't make sense, they'll change their leaning. Yes, and if you're able to change the minds of majority of the jurors, the trial will continue. But conversely, if you are unable to do that, the judge will declare the trial over and move to adjudication. And I can't let that happen. Somehow or other, I have to turn this trial around. Okay, so I'll pit it.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you prefer, counsel? Juror number 1? Hey, what are you yelling about, lad? I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wily owner of Ultimate Gas. Well, yes. The victim, who you claim to be a noble straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief. So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know. What? You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shakespeare was a liar, you assure me that you would consider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that. As a man of honor, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will. Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you have all been saying. So, if this means you'll recap a few points that would suit me down to the ground. Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with. In that case, I shall change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are. Haha. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Naruto. Victory! Order, order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now, only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue. Okay, good. Woo! Thank you! Good job, I did a good job, right? You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspear. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some foe to make us men. So God mend me. I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most. Naught but gas, naught but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it had no substance, and it doth reek foul. Oi, what did you say? Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you denied the allegations of gas thievery? Most heartily, my lord. Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. Ah, you flowery-mouthed, pompous beanpole. Just cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspear? If, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, and honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of the witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes? Did you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him? That's right, we do. Don't we, Arthur? Absolutely, Lady Quidby. Gasman's honor. Very well, then. We will hear your testimony now. You tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Shamspear, has been stealing gas. Yes, my lord. It will be my pleasure. On the Ultimo gas name, I swear, if I may, my lord. Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role. Supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind. Wahoo! Oh yes, sweet as honey! Yeah! Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord. You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting you, mark my words. So, you both testify before the court on the subject of the legal consumption of the Ultimo Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man? Clear as Ultimo gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Usato? I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, he is. Witness testimony. The Ultimo Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Ultimo Gas meters accept Trump penny bits, each coin's given customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspear's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key. Somehow he's using all flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Okay. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did the mustachioed Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court. And yet, now we must listen to this abhorrence. Clearly, what separates this vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this could turn out to be a crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Do what you will. Lord Van Seeds appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. The Ultimo Gas Company's investigation. I'm proud to be the company's blah 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 meter money collection.
Hold it!
So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty the gas meters? That I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business. Does that mean you have been into Mr. Natsume's room before as well as that of Mr. Shamspeare? Well now, interesting you should bring that up, cause I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter beyond me, it really is. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all his gas money on books. And then, when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You'll kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman. Not much to say really, but as you wish. Ultimo gas meters accept penny bits each coin given 2 hours to purchase gas. So all London houses have a gas supply fitted with those gas meters, are they? They're the latest model, the height of technology developed by our company, Ultimo Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes. So if a 3 pence coin gives 2 hours gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that, usually, if they have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and they only have gas for heat. Ah, yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. And how does the money in a meter get back to you in the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on the gas supply and empty the meters of coins. I must say the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues. For the most part. Because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. And yet the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. Out of interest, how long has it been going on? Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages. And you have examined the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Shamspeare Special. That sounds like it would have caused an awful lot of 3 penny pieces. But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty. I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found it bare. You what? I said. You what? And the look on his face is smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the police. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jammied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary as a result? Down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Oh, I knew it! He's using soap! Accidentally, what became of that meter? He's using soap to duplicate the key, right? Nothing became of it. I've still got it. Oh. Right here! No wonder they call you Meterman. I think it would be prudent on the court to sequester for this item while the trial is ongoing. A meter that dispenses gas for a set time after a coin is inserted sports a very strong lock, developed especially with Mr. Shamspeare. Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I'd say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof. Bam, bam, bam.
Hold it!
There's only one key for all of your meters? Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault in our main office. But even if someone has somehow managed to get hold of the key, we'd know if the coin box has been opened. Oh? How? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain? Well now, in order to empty your meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see? A seal? Like the sort of thing you put on envelope, you mean? Something like that, yes. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal. Now, in the case of Mr. Shamspeare's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said. But the seal then hadn't been broken either. So that would mean Mr. Shamspeare somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it? It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Okay, so the seal is in the soap. Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is? Do you know what he's been using? How do you notice he's been using gas though? Well now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. And on every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks and says, "Get thee to a nunnery." Hamlet indeed, yeah, I know that phrase. Yeah, I've read Hamlet before. Just an excerpt of it. I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up the flaming meter, it's empty. What's wrong with the world? What's its justice? But how can Mr. Shamspeare possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. The simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gasman could be an accomplice. You what? Good lord! Eminently plausible indeed. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Oh, please, Lady Quinby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, if the money us gasmen collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used, your dog will pay by the same amount. So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount taken from your wages. Clearly that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war? No, don't stir it up. I'm not gonna stir up the honest nest. If I went stealing from the company, I'll be finished. It would seem there's no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim, because Mr. William Shamspeare is innocent. Pray, forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned friend was clearly under. Ugh. I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though perhaps it has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. I know, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh. It might seem that the two cases have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact, they are intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. If the Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Sham Spear so earnestly, there must be something to it. But then, how has he been managing to seal the gas? Yeah. Let me look at this. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax too. So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Mr. Naruto, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would. You know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. But it does feel a little over the top perhaps, doesn't it? That's it? Okay. I think I have this. Is it this one?
Objection!
Oh no! It's because of the beeswax. I think it's a beeswax. It's gone! Oh, what is it, Mr. Naruto? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here, a reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now, the depression is completely empty. Where could a disc have gone? What the heck? What? I don't know, I'll just do it.
Objection!
Oh shit. No, I'm not gonna read this because they're gonna just, you know, scolding me for doing it wrong. Hey,
Hold it!
Okay, let me see. Wax seal. Yeah, steal the coin. Where is a seal though? Yeah, it's gone. Wait. These are in here again? A meter that dispenses gas for a set time of the coin is inserted. It sports a very strong lock. Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruto? Just here. There's a little hole. Do you see? Goodness, you're right. I would have noticed. It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Shamspear? Possibly. It seems the people at Altamount Gas must have missed it. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside. Yes, but there's no way a coin would fit through there. That's true, but even so, it seemed more than a little suspicious. Okay. Oh my god, it's good that I'm here again.
Objection!
Lady Ultima, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made in the base of the coin box? Oh, what? You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspear secretly opened up his hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why? Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You can get a farthing through that. Lady Ultima, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd especially like to know is how it differentiates coin. How does a meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't work presumably, would it? No, of course not. So, well, how does a meter know that the coin that's been fed is a penny bit? Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. The truppenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. You see, other coins just won't fit. Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. The meter is designed for coins, the exact diameter and thickness of threepenny bit, nothing else.
Hold it!
But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would, that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well. We've thought of that through anyway, if I find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty the meter, The contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do. Live for them, It would seem the gas company has thought of everything. Woohoo! Hurrah for gas! Hurrah for gas! Shout them out all the way! That's quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are the truppenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Delve deeper. How can the meter be dismantled? Dismantled? Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced. I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken open, it might have been taken apart. Well, yes, that does make sense. The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel, and the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well. We weld it shut to ensure it can be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle. Woohoo! Yeah, nothing leaves from your own small meter. No coins, no gas, no nothing. I see. The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord. Oh my god, okay. All joints on the meter are welded shut, and the lock is made from solid steel. There's no way to dismantle it. We have to choose.
Hold it!
Has anyone ever tried? Oh yeah, they've tried, but they've all given up before long. After all, if they actually broke the meter, the company would be able to take legal action. Yes, that makes sense. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Is it welded? Oh my god, we have to choose. Welded steel construction significant, or perhaps there's some other aspect of the meter's construction that we should be focusing on. Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about how the meter differentiates coins, for example. Yeah. We're gonna have to change that. Okay, we're gonna change that, and I'm gonna present the soap. Okay.
Objection!
Again? Why? What? The medallion from the center is vanished. Where the heck is it?
Hold it!
Oh, but conversely then, it would seem that anything... If I find any fake coin inside the coin box, then when I empty the meter, the extract says... The contract says the customer has to pay. Oh, okay. Three-quarters of an inch across. It can be manipulated. Nothing else will fit. Oh, I haven't examined this. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, didn't they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo, never! Why is it like this? Oh no, it's almost time for me to go. Okay. The thing is, I won't be able to finish this game. I always finish at the end of each part, right? But this time I really have to go because I have some work to do. Apparently, so yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. I have to leave now. Please enjoy your day. Thank you for coming. Thank you. We will continue this later. Maybe we'll be able to do it easier because I'm very, very sleepy right now. So yeah. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, let's have lunch. Let's go have lunch. I'm sorry. Oh no, I cleared the chat again. Why am I clearing the chat again? Oh my god, okay. Aqua is singing, I think. So we're gonna rate him. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I love you. Bye-bye. See you later. Kirayoko! Over and out. Mwah!